20 months on Friday night court fight, let's heckin' go.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome, 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 welcome. How are you all doing today? Happy freaking Friday, first of all. We made it. We made it to the end of the week. We freaking did it. Hello, hello, hello. Some of you got paid today, and if you're one of them, congratulations. Some of you have a weekend coming up and not shitty weekend retail hours, in which case, fuck, I'm sorry. Some of you have a weekend coming up, and in which case, you fucking earned it. But hello, how are you doing? Welcome to Friday. Welcome to Friday Night Court Fight. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the end of the fucking week. Welcome to the show. Welcome to my home. Don't be tired. We've got a whole night ahead of us. Svi, peel those eyes open. We gotta go. peel those eyes open. We got strap in, buckle up. We got a show. We got a show to do. The show is starting soon. What do you mean you're tired? You can't be tired. It's Friday. Can that be a t-shirt? You can't be tired. It's Friday. No tired, only hype. Sil, first off, good morning. And second, you're just in time for the show. So you woke up at a perfect moment. But hello. Who else here, by the way? Welcome, Dragon. This is an auspicious occasion. Is that how that word works? I don't know. Dragon, it's been a while. I hope you're doing well if you're still there, honey. It's great to see your name pop up in chat. Trooper Zero, welcome. Zuffins, welcome. Mitchell, welcome. Shit, I gotta grab something. Hold on a second, welcome. Oh wait, no, it's right here. Never mind, I don't have to grab something. It's right here, welcome. I gotta pop my allergy meds. Hello, Zuffins. Hello, Mitchell. Hello, Trooper. Hello, Bloodhound. Bloodhound, are you gonna be here? Are you rested? Are you ready for excitement? Are you ready for adventure? Janicorn, welcome. Alan Hobson, good to see you. What's good, my fellow late night crew members? How are we doing tonight on this start to the weekend? I'm doing great. I'm doing awesome, actually. And I'll tell you why in a second. Cav, welcome. Diamonds, good to see you. It's great to see you hopping into chat. Froer, welcome. I just brushed my teeth and I did mouthwash and I forgot, this is gonna be weird. I forgot that when I do mouthwash, it like dries my mouth out. So now I'm like salivating. I'm now salivating uncontrollably. So you can just, decide for yourself what that looks like. Welcome, Rose. Also, Rose, thank you so much for the 20 months. That's very sweet. Thank you, friend. Catalyst, hello. Welcome. Only popping in to say hi. Oh, no. It's all right. I'm sure you've got a lot of important things you got to take care of, and I appreciate you stopping in to say hello. So it was very nice of you to pop in, and I hope to see you again soon. Hope my teeth are healthy. Thank you. Kitty, welcome. Svi, also again, welcome. And Sil, I commented, but I didn't say welcome. Ark, hello. Jono, welcome. I shan't be guilty this evening. Tanner, welcome. Thank you for the hydration. I will take advantage of that right now. So as usual, Friday Night Court Fight. This is a performance stream. If you've never been here before, welcome, first of all. But second, we've been playing through Ace Attorney on our Friday nights. And as a voice actor, I figured it would be really cool to voice my way through these games and ante up a little bit by voicing every character in these games and trying not to kill my voice as we play through it. And then my sense of humor gets the better of me sometimes, and it's anime as fuck, and it's silly, and it's fun, and I hope you have a good time. But today did not go how I planned, and it kind of went much better than I expected. But that comes with it a little bit of a caveat, but hopefully not one that's going to get in the way. Since we have to start the show soon, it's a longer night tonight. We have a long case ahead of us, and I want to make sure we finish it. No freaking pauses. So we got to go. But some of you know, and insanely minor content warning for any mention of dentistry. It's not serious. I bit something hard recently, and it like put a little chip in my tooth, but not one you could even see. It's teeny tiny. It's like right in the top, in the surface. It's almost like a tiny little hole just went doop, and like went down a little bit. But now I've got this little divot up there. Is that how that word works? Divot? Is that the word? Divot? I don't know, something like a little divot. And I saw a little one on the other side too. And it fucking sucks because my healthcare goes away at the end of the month. Shitty result of there being a big actors strike and a lot of other stuff that's really good in the long run, but slowed the industry down, and you have to earn a certain amount of money to get healthcare, and I didn't make the cutoff, so now I'm losing my healthcare and I have to freaking figure that shit out. But I learned this earlier in the month, and I'm like, when can I come in? And they said at the end of the month, on the 29th, we can get you in. And I'm sitting here like, fuck, I'm fucked. Because anytime you go into the dentist, you go in, they have to like check it out. And then they're like, oh, we need to do this. And you're like, cool, let's go. And they're like, well, not now. We'll have you come back. Well, that doesn't work if it's the 29th. So I'm going in basically figuring they're going to do x-rays. They're going to like check around and they're going to be like, we need to do this. And I'm going to be like, great. I'll let you know when I have healthcare and we'll come back and do this hopefully sooner rather than later. So I go in and they do the x-rays and he's like, I've got good news and bad news. The good news is on the left side, the initial place where like you bit something hard, he's like, it's actually honestly like super easy, barely an inconvenience. He's like, we basically won't even have to drill other than to like score it a little bit. And it's just like plastering the wall. It's like a tiny touch up. You're going to be fine. I'm like, that's awesome news. He's like, the bad news is the right side where you saw that other little thing. Honestly, it's starting to chip away a little bit and we kind of have to redo the whole filling. And I'm like, fuck. All right. When can you have me back? I'm not going to be able to do it, but like when theoretically, do you have something in the next 2 days? Probably not. And he goes, actually, our afternoon today is actually pretty open, so we could just do it. Do you have time? We'll just do it now. We didn't schedule you for a filling, but like you're here. If you don't have an appointment right now somewhere else, he's like, we'll just do it. We'll patch the left side. We're going to drill, so we're going to have to use Novocaine. We'll have to numb you up. And I'm like, I've got a show tonight that I'm on stage tonight. And he's like, we'll use the fast acting stuff. You'll be fine by like mid-afternoon, late afternoon. You'll be fine. And we just did it. He did it. He did the full filling. He patched up the other side. I'm done. I was worried for a second because then the numbing stuff lasted twice as long as he said it would. So I was like, well, this might fuck my stream tonight. But it's like a sacrifice I'm willing to make if it means like being healthy. But it wore off. So it's like best of both worlds. Dude's a total bro. The legit goat. Like patched me up while I still had healthcare, so I don't have to worry about it. I'm so freaking happy. It was super lucky, Diamonds, because if he had appointments all sitting there ready to go, he wouldn't be able to even if he wanted to. So the fact that he had an open afternoon, like, oh, thank God. Send that man an edible arrangement. I profusely thanked him. The only downside, and here's the caveat. As you know, if you've ever gotten dentist work done, they put a needle in your mouth. And so my jaw's in pain. I don't think it's going to affect tonight. Tonight is a performance, though. If you haven't been here before, this is a performance stream. So I'm going to be doing a little acting. It just means I'm going to have the ouchies while I'm doing a little acting. So if there are occasional moments where I have to like Peter Griffin on you and be like, and that's why, you might hear me have the ouchies a little bit. I'm going to try not to have too many ouchies. But I am a little sore. I think my articulators are working well. I can deliver anime with the ultimate enunciation. It's just it just hurts a little bit. So give me a little grace to occasionally, ouch, 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 a little bit. And otherwise we'll have some fun. Sound good? Tanner, welcome. Jono, welcome. I already said hello to you, Jono. I already said hello to you. I know that much. I had all 4 wisdom teeth removed at once. That sounds like a nightmare, Diamonds. I found out a handful of years ago I'm never going to get my wisdom teeth. I just did not develop them. They did not exist for me. I don't know if that puts me ahead of the curve or behind it. Like, am I the next phase of human evolution or am I the last phase of human evolution? Like secret Neanderthal living in modern day America. Like, does the fact that I don't have to have my wisdom teeth taken out mean that all that wisdom stayed trapped inside my body somewhere? I don't know. I was getting like, I'm dentist appointments were going by. I'm getting a little older. I'm getting so old. And I'm at the dentist like a couple years ago and I'm like, I feel like I'm a little old for wisdom teeth. Like, when does this, I feel like most of my friends had them out like in their early 20s. What's going on with my body? And the dentist is like, oh, you don't have any. What does that mean? They don't exist. You're not getting them. For a while? Ever? He's like, ever. So I do not envy that you had to go through that procedure. On the bright side, it could potentially mean that you're ahead of me in evolution. I could be ahead of you. I'm not really sure how those rules work. I probably ate them as a kid. Yes, I ate the wisdom teeth to preserve all of that wisdom for myself. I have a negative wisdom modifier. I wasn't wise enough to make any teeth. I mean, if you think about it the other way, right? Mademoiselle, welcome. If you think about it the other way, where getting those teeth out is like a coming of age thing because you're getting older and you're getting wiser. Like, if you think of them as like, they're called wisdom teeth because at a certain age you have enough wisdom that they have to remove those teeth, then that probably explains why I act like a 13-year-old all the time. Like, that probably explains my behavior on streams, honestly. Permanent kid. My dad was the same way until he got sick. My dad was like 68 and like jumping up and down on things and acting like a gremlin. So it may just run in the family. I think I heard the reason the teeth are a problem is because our food is soft. Really? Wouldn't you want that just in case? Like, those could be your beer bottle popping teeth. Anyway, all that said, might be one of those paleo things. I've heard that's a good diet if that matters. Anyway, we have a show. I feel like I sound like a talk show host. We have a great show for you tonight, folks. I'm here. Phoenix Wright is here. Edgeworth is here. Damon Gant is here. Emma Skye and Lana Skye. Gumshoe is here. Who else do we have? What other guests do we have tonight? Who's the cowboy again? Zuff, who's your favorite character?
Hi.
Angel Star is here. The judge is here. Lotta Heart is not here. Cassidy. Not Cassidy. Lone Ranger. Man of many. Jake Marshall's here. And Officer Meekins is here. We've got so many amazing guests for you tonight. It's gonna be a whole lot of fun. As usual, if there's something you'd like to hear me say in any of the current characters' voices, 200 bits will buy it. You want me to say something sus as hell as Officer Meekins? I will do that for you. 200 bits buys it for you. I have a request though, and this is for the unknowns of my audience. You are more than welcome to drop the bits and then drop the quote in chat so that Brian doesn't talk over the show. If it happens, I don't hate you for it. It's fine. It's not like there's a cutscene we can't skip most of the time. I can just pause and wait. But if you want to make it even easier, skip Brian altogether and just drop it in the next message. That's an option for you. Cease, Brian. It's honestly no big deal either way. I just thought I'd leave that there for you because if I'm going to say it anyway, in character, Brian doesn't need to say it, you know? I was driving home today from the dentist and I was like, man, I tease Zen enough in this channel, and I express as one of the closest things I have to an Oshi. I give her so many flowers on this channel.
Well, look at you. You suck.
Thank you. That I swear to God, if she ever released like a proper TTS voice through TTS Monster, I would enable it in a heartbeat. Like the standard Brian would just be like, you drop bits, you get to have Zen yell at me. I would fucking do it. I was thinking about that on the drive home. I wish that existed. I wish it existed. Let's see. Can I say in the Edgeworth voice, you got bamboozled, Your Honor? For 200 bits, I can, Jono. We don't need to get the car for Brian yet. All right, hang on. Let's find the game. I feel bad that you just said this song is a bop and we're about to lose it, but we're about to get another one. So don't worry. You goddamn right, Fluffy. I can't monetize part of this performance and then have someone be like, can you do it for free though? I have to stand by that, all right? Most of the time I will drop voice chats for you, but I gotta stand by this one because it's literally a monetized service on the screen. Fluffy, also hi Fluffy. Can you give us a taste though? Just one taste to get us hooked. Jono. All right. Cucked by me. Bros and gals and non-binary pals, without further ado, we ended last week on an insane cliffhanger. We were nailing James Marshall to the wall and trying to pin the murder of Goodman on him. And in the last few moments of the trial, he started shouting at my client, Lana Skye, and demanding she answer for the fact that back during the SL9 incident, when, what's his name, Donnie Dark? when the dark serial killer murdered Marshall's brother, among other murders, and was convicted and put to death. Joe Dark, not Donnie Dark. That would have been funny, though. Did Lana Skye and the prosecutor's office fabricate evidence? Was it an honest trial? Or did they fake evidence to get a conviction? And in the last moments of day 2 trial, Lana said that they forged evidence. She said, I became a prosecutor to try and maintain justice and protect people. And through serving, I learned that I was spending more time protecting this fucking department than I was protecting the people that I went into law to serve. And so I decided I wanted to go rogue because fuck this system. If I have to forge evidence to keep people safe and get criminals convicted, I'll do that. The court exploded. Everyone was screaming and shouting. They couldn't get it under control. They had to escort the defense and prosecution, the defendant, the judge, out of the courtroom and postpone the trial as the whole place came down in chaos. And that was the fucking cliffhanger we got. So we are jumping into day 3. Who the hell knows what's gonna happen? The last piece of evidence we had as we filled out our little card of IDs with who entered the evidence room where the murder took place, there was one missing number. And we said, well, great, that has to be the killer. Who could it be? Can we look it up? Have the prosecutor's office look up the number. The police department can submit it. Edgeworth said I can't. Why the fuck not? This is like the missing piece. Get us the ID number. Who does it belong to? And Edgeworth says, I can't because it belongs to someone of the rank of captain or higher. It's someone in a position of power, and we don't have the authority to get that name. And the only way to release that name is if we already know who it is. Fucking catch-22, and we charge them with a crime. Kitty Cryptid, thank you so much for the bits. Kitty Cryptid, did you have a quote you wanted me to say for that, or is that just a gift? Please hit me. I will say, hell yes, thank you. Oh, that's sweet of you to wait. In whatever voice is the funniest, say, I eat peanut butter jelly sandwiches the long way. What the fuck does that mean? Let's see. How about Edgeworth?
Right. I want you to know that
What is it, Edgeworth? Come on, you can tell me anything. Just come out and say it.
Right, I eat peanut butter jelly sandwiches the long way.
Is that a meme? What does that mean? Is that from like a TikTok or something that I haven't seen? What about if he gives him the eyes?
Right, I want you to know I eat peanut butter sandwiches the long way.
Thank you, Kitty Cryptid. I will look this up later. All right. So, with our, oh no! We don't have that much time left before an ad starts. Shit! All right, kiddos, hitting the ad button. We're getting 3 minutes on the timer, starting now. Last chance, get water, get a snack, get into your PJs, whatever you need. I'm hitting the restroom quick. When we come back, we are starting the finale of Rise from the Ashes. Now that we've done our quick previously on, I will see you in just a moment. Don't go anywhere, or do, and then come back. See you in a sec. All right, I am back. We will be starting in 55 seconds. $7:15. This is gonna be a stream. This is gonna be a stream, you guys. I hope you're ready for this. Like, buckle up. This is gonna be a fucking ride. I know I say this every single stream. I'm like, I hope you guys understand why this is my favorite case of all time. I hope you guys are appreciating that this is the best fucking case ever. This last part, this final day, this is a fucking ride. Like, seriously, hold on. Buckle the hell up. This is gonna be nuts. This case is nuts. Every day is more nuts than the last. Welcome back, everybody. And now, without further ado, okay, with some ado, what you got, Diamonds? Hit me. I'm all ears. I'm ready. Let's do this. And thank you for the bits, Diamonds.
Marshall saying to right.
I can do that one.
Marshall saying to right. Now, hey there, little doggy. Little bambino. I got one question for you. I'm gonna ask you point blank. What the fuck is a cat girl? You know, they shoot you for that in Texas.
Hold on. Sorry, I need to do the straight face.
What the fuck is a cat girl? They shoot you for that in Texas.
I'm sorry, Rose. I don't make the rules. February 24th, 3:12 p.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. I am so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order to get for him what? We did what we had to in order to get for him, in order for him to... God damn it! One more time. Drastic times call for drastic measures. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you. Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. Didn't see that one coming. Say more, please. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. And then... what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out suddenly. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture. I have a question. Will most cases have a link to older cases like this? No, but some do. I think we've been a little spoiled because back to back, we've had Turnabout, what do you call it? Is it Memories? Turnabout Goodbyes and Rise from the Ashes back to back. So not all of them do, but some of them do. And those are usually like the big, serious, like major plot ones. Actually, is it Next Game? I don't think it's Next Game. I think it's the third title. The third title, like the whole game sort of revolves around one case. It's really cool. Sort of. Hey, Cliffhanger. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd be a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. There's still something that bothers me about that crime. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about it when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, That's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away. He tried to run away halfway through the interview, and he fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Huh? Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective. I'd better have another talk with her. Interesting. I think we saw that in the case file, but I think this is the first time they're acknowledging it. I think we have to go talk to Lana. February 24th, Detention Center Visitors Room. Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana. Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago? And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office? That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. Look at them! Look at them! They still talk about the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the criminal cases. Oh, that was Lana! He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the criminal cases. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes. So you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Yeah, let's do it. Let's present the case file. Attorneys and prosecutors have no... Oh, is that not how I ask her about it? Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside of court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. She really means it. Lana. So wait a minute. How do I ask her about the case if I can't ask her about the case? Can I ask her about this one? Let's talk to her about today's trial first. Maybe it'll unlock later. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Ms. Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma. This doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. I love Lana's voice. Fuck yeah. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command. That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. I love this picture so much. Isn't this like the coolest fucking picture ever of the two of them? They're like, this is literally like the twin bosses of some like major endgame raid, right? Can you imagine them like standing there on opposite pillars as you enter a room in a raid and they both shout something and jump down? They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, and he fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who'd passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. I can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, huh? I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. What? Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes. In the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. If we can possibly get in there. Wow! That was a fucking lore dump! Okay, let's go everywhere but Gant's office first. February 24th, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. No one's here today. Not even Ms. Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. I wonder if Edgeworth is there? February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. I guess we're going to the police department. February 24th, police department entrance.
Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed?
I'm just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go into evidence room. Whoops. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why did prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today.
I'm finding the voices. I feel like I'm a little homogenized right now. We'll find them. It's been a week. Let's talk about the dark trial.
Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning.
Hey, Scooter.
It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean, fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip?
That was Joe Dark's, all right. But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound
The victim? Yeah, you gotta get out there, Mega Man.
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased.
Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Ms. Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. Nah, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They? Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye.
Hey, Sprin. Hey, Tito.
The investigation lead, Damon Gant, and his second in command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both their careers.
After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen.
Hey, Ben.
She's never been the same since she left.
What? Huh?
Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prospector Skye.
Whoops.
Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she left.
Blah, 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 blah. One more time.
Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina. her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor?
You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
He did spit the cap off. I can't say for certain, but that certainly feels like Exant James Marshall, doesn't it? Marshall is a good character. He's a really good character, isn't he? He starts out as kind of a meme, but he's actually pretty fucking great. February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. This place is always pretty empty. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room.
Thanks? Wow, he actually talked to us.
With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do. About Mr. Edgeworth. Not to mention our statement to the media and to tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits.
Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to Chief's office. What are we waiting for? Sorry, this should be a whisper. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the Chief's office.
Who did he think he was talking to?
Nice. Oh my God. Would you look at that? February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office. Whoa. Where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least, that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was. That's such an anime intro, isn't it? Like, how many fucking classic, like mysterious or villainous anime characters are like, oh, as like the first way they engage?
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading. Oh, sorry. He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
So, righto. How have you been? Have you been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Huh. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Huh. Gant team picture added to the court record.
Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day.
Sorry, I'm failing at reading today.
Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out! I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. Wait, what voice am I doing right now? I think I just mixed Phoenix with fucking Emma. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. FEMA rye. My favorite type of bread. Can we go back in? February 24th, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, pal! Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Hey, say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court.
That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago? Now Mr. Edgeworth has a whole world after his...
Has a whole world?
Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the... Fuck me. It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, the prosecutor's responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor's kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies.
Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work!
Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat!
Yes, sir.
You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir.
It seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier, while the coffee was brewing.
He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find anything?
The only evidence Dark left behind during his final attack.
His final attack, you mean...
When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's written in here somewhere, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Let's ask him about this first.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So it was an accident?
An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed the man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw that. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. And then when he was done burying the bodies, a jogger came by the scene and killed him as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
I hate the fact that it just skipped through all of that. Like, please give me a moment to read.
So he hit, I'm gonna try to recreate that. So he hit a man with his car. Then he killed an onlooker that saw the crime. Then he killed another woman that was walking by at the same time. Then when he was in the park burying the bodies, a jogger went by and he killed her. Finally, he turned himself in.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yeah, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall.
All in one day.
That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma. Let's show him the weapon. Hey, Evie. And Black Strategy, welcome, welcome. Is Gant's theme played on the office's pipe organ? It certainly sounds like it, doesn't it? About this.
Hey, is that?
It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon that you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, the knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And it was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
Oh, that's it! Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broke-off tip was... The broke-off tip? Take a guess where the broken-off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it in his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet. Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive. Neil's autopsy report added to the court record. Switchblade knife updated in the court record. The broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonged to the murderer, Joe Dark.
Well, there you have it, in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this? Excuse me, sorry. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. the only thing I can think of right now... Let's try the picture.
Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut.
I'll, keep that in mind.
Sheesh.
Okay, not the picture. What about the case itself?
I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah. It was a pretty big deal when it was going on, you know? After all, a serial killer was on the loose.
But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Did that get us anywhere? It didn't. Let's look around elsewhere. Let's see if anything's changed. February 24th, High Prosecutor's Office. Room 1202. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh?
I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
Unlike some people, I'm sorry. I'm trying to save my client too. That's not really a fair thing to say to me. I'm just saying. Not fair. Not fair. Not fair.
There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to. And nothing I do can erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean, the evidence was falsified.
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuse I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this?
Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First, last year's trial. And now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence.
It seems too short.
Most lists run twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty.
That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken from around that time. That picture? Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day that Detective Goodman was murdered? Let me try that again. The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed a half year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Huh. Can we hear about that one more time? Come on now, right? You can't seriously expect me to just sit down and chat with you about the case over a cup of tea. But this isn't related to the case, remember? You said so yourself. Huh. So I did. Chief Gant gave this to you that day, didn't he? He asked you to bring it here from the police department. The chief is a very competent man. But sometimes he does things that don't make any sense. At least it's better than being incompetent and doing things that don't make sense. A certain detective comes to mind. The chief is brilliant, but he sometimes does things that don't make sense. That's really interesting. This picture was hanging on the wall of Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall's holding, it's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Oh, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Can you tell us more about contradiction? Ow, ow, ow. My jaw's hurting a little bit. Ah. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items,
The first was a halberd that he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield that he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Objection! Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. The unstoppable force and the immovable object.
Oh, I see. So the chipped... blah, blah, blah. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant.
King of Prosecutors trophy updated in the court record. Gabe! Hello! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Take a seat, get comfy. I'm voicing everybody.
We'll have to ask the chief. Let's do a quick little examination, because he dropped something on the ground and I want to know what that is.
If you guys aren't following Gabe, you should be. Gabe is Newcastle's voice actor in Apex Legends, and an incredible singer, an incredible narrator and promo voice actor. And I am going to be shameless and Google right now because I've never actually played Valorant. KO! And voices KO in Valorant. Thank you, Google, and I'm sorry. And by the way, is in, I just found this out because I'm gonna be playing it soon. I have it on my list. Is in Hi-Fi Rush, which I'm like so freaking stoked to play in the near future. Huh. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth! Is that Detective Gumshoe at the window there? Oh no! He's falling to the ground!
Hold on. First, let me see what that girl's doing crawling around my feet.
He didn't even look. What? Letter of...
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation.
Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
Mr. Edgeworth, none of this is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything.
I know exactly what I can use it for. I can use it. You know what I can use it for? Misfits, do you know what I can use this thing for? I know exactly what I'm about to use this thing for. I'm taking this shit over to Gumshoe. Or I'm not, because something's happening. February 24th, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Starr. I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are a curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked on a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. The first person to suck on a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Miss Starr's hatred toward Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. I guess it didn't happen all the same day. I guess he turned himself in half a year later. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall. Oh, sorry. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her. Lana Skye. My sister. The best of the best were put on the SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. I want to get a screenshot of this. I love this image so much. So I am going to attempt to screenshot right now. I know they're going to show us again. They always do. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Got it! Haha, love that image. Lana and Chief Gant. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. Some say he had a charisma score of 20. His magnetism. By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He had produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean? Oh, yes. There were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh, yes. Myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall, This is very much like in like shonen and stuff like Dragon Ball Z. Whenever someone gets mentioned, everyone else suddenly mentions their name too. They'll be like, but not without my son, Gohan. And then like everyone else goes, Gohan, Gohan, Gohan. She's done this like 3 times now, where they'll be like, yes, your sister. Or no, with Lana Sky, she goes, my sister. Back when Jake, Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. The star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong. Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used. Lana transferred to the Transferred? Really? Transferred? Nice. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know. But one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Ms. Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. So, Lana potentially being manipulated is now supported by 2 pieces of evidence. One, Angel Starr, specifically pointing out that right after the case, Lana was transferred to the prosecutor's office, and she was never the same again. She's been cold, she's been distant, she's never had the same personality. It's like some part of her shut down. And Lana herself, just earlier saying she sold her soul during that case, and then turning her back to us. So there is something going on here. Something we haven't quite put all the pieces together to yet. I'm very, very excited about this. Let's head over to the police department. Sorry if I'm slightly more like close-up film read, like lower energy. I'm still in a little pain. My jaw's still hurting a little bit, but hopefully you're having fun so far. Von Ziel, welcome, by the way. Let's go into criminal affairs. February 24th, police station, criminal affairs department. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. What? I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. We are gonna present. This seems cruel. I hate to do this. This seems emotionally manipulative. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm gonna try showing Edgeworth's rough draft of a letter of resignation to Gumshoe, and we'll see what happens. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? Huh. No way! Mr. Edgeworth, you can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know the difference now. He entrusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. God. That's it. I've made up my mind. But... Here, take my ID card. We can't do that if someone found out.
Gumshoe, my gay love for it.
They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Oh, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's cake. Cake? For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. All right, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pocket. Welcome, unknown. Also, just so you know, you don't have to do this. Sorry for muting, but you're always more than welcome because I'm gonna say it anyway. You can just drop the line in a follow-up. We don't need to have Brian read it if you don't want to, because all it does is I just tend to have to pause anyway. So if you want to, you can just do the bits, just drop the line like right after that, just like paste it into a second message or something. What is this? All right, let's do this. All right, that's it. My gay love for Edgeworth will save him from losing his job. To the chief's office! Thank you for the bits unknown. February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you all to bail me out.
Sorry. I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket.
Hey, don't do that to my ID card! I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really do want to get fired, don't you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
Got a bad feeling about this. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yeah, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
It's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady, who works in here every morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind, don't worry about it.
Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy!
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that.
Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Right. Well, what do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
Huh. All right, couple of things really quickly. We have a commercial that I cannot skip. So we are gonna start our investigation of Gant's office, but first I'm gonna hit a 3-minute ad. If you need to hit the restroom, take your meds, stretch your legs, do whatever you need to do. I will see you back here in just a couple of minutes and we will continue. BRE. We are sponsored by the number 7 and the word fuck. There it is. Hello. All right. Here we go. We are in Chief Gant's office to see if we can glean anything from any possible leftover clues from the SL9 case. Let's see what we can find. All right, first things first. When we were in here last, when Gant stood up from his desk, he quickly shoved something into his desk. So let's look at it. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were in here earlier.
Oh, it's you two.
Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence.
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this was doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said I wonder what...
No. About evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long.
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list of evidence.
The list of evidence.
It seemed too short.
Most lists run twice as long.
What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record. List of evidence in SL9 incident was ripped in half. So this part is all I've got. All right, what else we got? We have a statue. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons.
Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You don't mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 more cent of my taxes. You don't have any taxes to pay.
Shh. Be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak.
I don't think he'd fit in there. Yeah, the chief is like the size of a bear. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
Oh, we know exactly how scary that guy can be. Trust me. Interesting, so we see the middle of the room when we come in, but then it turns into 2 sliders. It's not 3. I thought it was gonna be 3.
The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department.
That's on the 2nd floor. And this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. Oh no!
When a detective screws up, the chief calls him to this office and makes them listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears.
So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's besides the point. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the... Hello, English. The day Joe... Fucking hell. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then we went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think? This was Lana's desk. Sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back in here?
No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in the memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her? Or in memory of the crime? Oh, I see. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? Got it. I have to sneeze real quick. Okay. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Is that this one, I imagine? Probably.
Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
This is the 13th, the 15th floor.
Yeah, I know. I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here.
At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for that window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. I've been saving this for last. This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. I think I just might know what it is. Who wants to bet? Who wants to bet? Who wants to bet? Who wants to bet? Any guesses for the 7-digit number that might go in the safe? Come on, any takers? All fives, all sevens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 69, 69, 420. This game brought to you by the number 7. I mean, is there a chance? Do you think there's a chance in hell that he would use his ID number as his passcode to his safe? Do you think he would do that? If this is him, this has to be someone of a rank of captain or higher. If this is Gant, you think he would use his ID number as the combo for his safe? Let's try.
Do you know what it is?
I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's,
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Is it him? Is it him? Is it him? It fucking worked. Bingo. What number did you enter?
whose birthday was that, pal?
7777777. The final ID card on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 777777777? Wait, you mean 777777? That's that ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey! I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, yeah, it was just a thought. By the way, hey Moonshroom, hey Spider-Man Gamer. Is that it? Is that all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to SL9 incident? Come on! There's gotta be something we can do to show the detective. Come on! There's gotta be something we can show the detective. All right, what can we show him? We have a shard of a pot. Hello. All right, well that one's done. And we have something else that the piece of cloth could have come from. Let's start with this one. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put it back together. Those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had the SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know that fragment we just found? Wait, you mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Assemble the fragments or leave them be for now. I mean, we have to assemble it now, because if we don't get to keep the evidence, so we're assembling. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. There we go. There. It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid this piece of evidence. Hid this piece of the jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But... Hey guys, get a load of this! What is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different than the others.
There's a reddish line on it.
A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gann hide this in his safe?
Unstable jar updated in the court record. All right, what's the last piece? Do we think it's the vest? Yeah, no, it's there. It's that jar right there. Diamonds. So that's the jar in the picture fully assembled. I wonder if that's gonna come in handy. I bet that's gonna come in handy. Because you know what this demonstrates? If nothing else, this demonstrates that the jar, the suit of armor is there too. The suit of armor is there too. You know what this demonstrates? This demonstrates that the jar, if this matters, because the jar was broken in the evidence, this demonstrates that the jar was assembled the day of the Joe Dark murder. If nothing else, that's what this shows us. We know two things from this piece of evidence. We know that back then, the prosecutor's trophy had a sword on it. And we know, if it's ever called into question, that the broken pot was assembled on the day of the murder. That's a surprise tool to help us later. When did Gumshoe point out that someone could fit in the pot? Who could fit in the pot? Oh, the armor. No, I don't know about that. We said that Gant could be in the armor, and he said he would be too. I think what was said was, even if someone could fit in the armor, Gant is too big to fit in the armor. So I'm not sure that demonstrates someone can be in the armor. It could. Maybe it does. Maybe it could. Gant couldn't fit. Maybe someone else could fit. Although, to be fair, we don't know that someone can go into the armor. He said even if someone could fit in the armor. If someone could fit in the armor, it wouldn't be Gant. So I guess, yeah, you know what? I guess we can keep that in mind. Let's keep that in the back of our minds just in case. What if someone was in the armor on the day of the murder? What would that change though? Because the armor's intact. That's my only hesitation there, is that the armor is intact. It's not like it's missing something. It's not like it has a hole in it. But I guess we'll see. I'll keep that in mind. We'll keep that in mind. So the three potential things we know are the trophy had a sword on it and doesn't anymore. The pot was together and is now broken. And theoretically, that armor might be wearable. But the other thing I'm interested in is we have one other piece of evidence in the safe right now. And I think something's off about the armor. What's off about the armor? It's more colorful in the picture, for whatever that's worth. It's kind of weird that they're posing behind the armor. I don't know why they would do that. Oh, okay.
If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any more information. So that's why I have to get it out of my system now. You understand, don't you?
Don't be so negative, detective. We do want you to share your information, though.
Oh, who am I fooling? I never had anything useful to share to begin with.
Got to stay positive. I thought it was gonna be that. I really thought it was gonna be that. So we've learned one thing so far. We've learned that, So we had two pieces of evidence in there. We had a piece of the jar, and we had a piece of cloth with a handprint on it. All right, hang on. Let's do this. Let's examine the pot now that it's put together. Okay, I want to look at that. Is there anything else that we haven't looked at yet? We've already done the top, we've done the bottom, so the only thing left is the blood. Hey, look here! It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. Huh. Looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots, but this one's a line. That is odd. Investigate something else. What if we present... There was a handprint on the cloth. Can we present the fingerprinting set? Because maybe the handprint will tie it to the case? Maybe that's what we need to do? So here's my thought. It looked like the same color as his vest, so I tried Neil's vest, like the photo, but that didn't work. So maybe if we do the handprint? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like to have a look at this. I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what this is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
All right, go to town. Sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
Oh. It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh! I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. All right, let's get this over with. Let's pick... That finger looks pretty healthy. Let's check for prints. Let's waste all of the powder. Let's make a giant pile of powder. I want all the powder. Give me the powder. I've got the power to place the powder. Okay, that's probably enough. No, wait, no, fuck! Wrong button. Shit. God damn it. Wait, what's the button then? Fuck me. I don't have an A, a B, and a Y, all right? I got a square, a circle, a fucking triangle, and an X. So I have no idea. No, wait, fuck! That was a mistake. I monkey fisted the controller just then. That was entirely me just throwing a fit. Hang on a second. Fuck. All right, X is placing the dust. Is it present? Cool. Seriously, that's not enough? Come on. Nice. All right, who does this belong to? Well, bad news, Misfits. It's not Damon Gant. It would be really nice if the secret evidence, the cloth with a handprint in it, belonged to him and he was hiding it. Is it Meekins? No. Marshall? No. Goodman? No. Interesting. Is that bad news or good news? No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Yeah. It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, well, that's too bad. I thought they might have been Dark's prints.
Psst. Hey, you. Over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here. Maybe you should hold on to this.
Found in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something. But what? Bears Emma Sky's prints. Piece of cloth folded and added to the court record. Hey, Timewinder, welcome. Blazer, welcome.
Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Oh, fuck. Son of a bitch. I know who this is.
No, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Ha! Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But sir. Now get out. Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way too then.
Wait. You. The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair. You're free to go.
Mr. Wright!
Look, pal, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but
But if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why was she kept eerily silent? But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over again with the Chief. Later, pal. After that, I heard for Emma. For Emma? My reading skills are terrible tonight. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her... Fuck me. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. February 22nd, 24th. Holy shit, I can't read tonight! February 24th, detention center visitors room. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. You go to one dentist appointment and suddenly you flub all the words. I know. I'm so glad I didn't have a session this evening. My mouth still hurts. I'm gonna blame it on that, because my tongue hurts too a little bit. I probably bit it while he was working a little bit. Keeping quiet. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of telling the truth. I'm making up words. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What's this person's name? I mean, it's right there. Though he might not seem it, he's top dog in the police department. Take that! Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you're addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. Take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a little bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of... Both you and Edgeworth will be brought... Fuck me. Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course. These are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Well, it's not so much what he put in, it's what he left out. Right? Take that! I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece, and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details. I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident? The serial killer Joe Dark's knife? I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out, and I stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes. It seems I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then, She saw me, just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Joe Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which would, the reporters would have a field day with it. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what had happened, and ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma's so confident. About Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling. The truth is, after I received those orders from Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh! You mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He'd already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana... You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright. Both as a detective attorney... You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright. Both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. After all of those revelations, Lana finishes by saying, please don't pursue this case. Please give up and let them convict me. That's insane. I am gonna save here, actually. This is gonna be the first time we take a different save file. And you know we're gonna pursue it. Yeah. Mel, I have inconclusive evidence. Someone can fit in the pot. Do you? You said to check memes. What the fuck is going on in memes? What is happening in memes? What is this, Bunny? What have you done? Hold on. Hold on a damn second. What the fuck is this shit? I'm sorry. I stand corrected. Apparently someone is capable of fitting in the pot. My mistake. I didn't realize. It slipped my mind. Oh my God. Unbelievable. All right, all right. All right. And with that, I'll see you next week. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to take a 3-minute break. I will be back in 3 minutes. Hit the restroom, stretch your legs, grab a drink, do whatever you need to do, and we will continue on to trial. It's fucking eerily quiet though, so let's fix that first. All right. Thank you so much for waiting. Biblically accurate Melisande sized. All right, everyone back? Ready to go? Let's do this thing. I feel like my energy is picking up. I feel like I was a little low energy at the start, but I feel like I'm finding it. Despite the fact that I can't read tonight, apparently. I don't know why, actually. I don't actually remember why. February 25th, 9:47 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. This is the defendant lobby, all right. But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. I knew it. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you already figured it out. Who the owner of the 7777777 ID number is, that is? Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here. To hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something. And the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. February 25th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 9. Hold on to your butt cheeks, everybody. Court is now in session for the trial of Ms. Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. Yes? But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Fucking kidding me. Chief Gant. Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Aji. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one! Don't think I can top that.
you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted the request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Oh no. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 22nd of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No. Lana!
Objection!
You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But, Lana... Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor. Oh, Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gent. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, hmm? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Ms. Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Ms. Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Jesus Christ. Okay! I'm doing like DBZ sounds over here right now. Critical hits. Ms. Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness. Please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma. Emma Skye? My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember the trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. As a rule, these adaptations for the Ace Attorney series are absolutely S+ tier. I'm sure whoever wrote that, the trip to yesteryear has finally begun, was probably super fucking proud of themselves at that corny ass line. Excuse me. 2 years ago, I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does that testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. That's Edgeworth literally being like, I don't fucking know. Wright told me he has an idea. I'm just giving him the opportunity to prove it. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes,
She was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Ms. Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after we finished work. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage.
A man.
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that could lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant.
How did you almost forget about Gant?
Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to questioning the room after the ceremony.
I assumed that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in?
I don't clearly remember what happened then. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant.
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, and then the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then, lightning flashed outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim.
So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture?
Yeah, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
I love that the game gives you the ability to say, yeah, that's fine. No, I want to hear about the damn picture. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning.
Objection!
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added a statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes. I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken.
But I draw it. I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image on your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
That must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When the lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. But Lana sure does.
I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost, and he said let me look at the evidence again. Okay, let's look at the evidence again. All right, so this is everything. This is all we have. This and then this. So we've got this. And we know that there's blood on it. And it's possibly writing. It could be handwriting or something because there's a line. So like there's a drawing in blood of some sort. We've got the picture. We've got the evidence list. Oh. Would you look at that? The picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. Got a very bad feeling about this. Oh, I know what you meant, Von Ziel. Goofy guy, welcome, by the way. I know what you meant, because we have the hidden piece, right, Von Ziel? So, like, Edgeworth got the official evidence list, and we have the unofficial evidence list that Gant hid, potentially. Basically, all the evidence that was omitted from the trial. So there's a chance that on our evidence list, it said drawing. But what actually happened was the drawing was actually on the evidence list. That's amazing. That wasn't what I meant, but I'll take it. That's so funny. I know, when I saw it, I'm like, okay, this is not a list I can read. What the fuck is this shit? Let me check this one too. A clear handprint can be seen in the leather cloth. The print belongs to Emma. I think I'll keep this information to myself.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth? This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for the case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it... What is this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh. These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order! Order! But Ms. Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor! Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing! That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Remember when I said you'd get so sick of this melody? Evidence list restored and updated in the court. List of evidence in the SL9 incident. Half of this list was found in Gant's desk. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Can I take a look at it? What the fuck? What the fuck? Huh? Oh, yes, sir. Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she saw... She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye.
2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of lightning was so bright I could only see shadows. All I could see were shadows.
So at the time, you didn't even know that it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue?
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after that? What happened after the lightning
Flashed. I want to say struck.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, I must have fainted.
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No. I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What? I'm not the bad guy here! Anyway, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I'm sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course. This is the exact scene.
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating that we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not.
I better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well. It's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. There's clearly a contradiction here. So the most interesting part of this, and in terms of like video games kind of giving you hints, the most interesting part of this is that everything is colored in Sharpie and kind of non-specific, but the weapon itself is like a perfect rectangle. Do you notice that? It's like he's stabbing him with a ruler. Like, why is this so fucking specifically a rectangle? Did you say that before, Steve? It's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Yeah, it's... So that's the most interesting part about this. So, let's take a look at the evidence. The weapon that was supposedly used is the switchblade, right? So let's look at the switchblade. The broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonging to the murderer, Joe Dark. So I'm not gonna lie, in theory, I don't think we have the tip of the knife, do we? I think we just have the broken base. I don't think we have the tip of the knife. So in theory, this knife is rectangle shaped, right? But it should have had a point, and the point got stuck in the victim's body. So unless this occurred after the first stab, the only way that this is possible, I think this is what we need to give them. The only way that it's possible that this weapon could be a rectangle, the way that she remembers it, is if what happened was she got knocked aside in the pitch black. Joe Dark stabbed Neil Marshall with the knife in the dark. The tip broke off. He raised the knife back out, dripping with blood, to stab a second time. And in that moment, the lightning struck. That's the only time. That's the only way that this makes sense to me. And I think this is what we need to submit, because oftentimes we have to kind of like find little contradictions and then slowly worm our way to the truth, right? So I think the only way this works, hang on a second. Does the autopsy say one knife wound? No, this is Goodman's report. Fuck. Where's the report from the other murder? Solved 2 years ago. Perpetrator Joe Dark, crime, serial murder, sentence, death. Victims, trial data. We have no fucking information on the actual murder. We have no autopsy report. So we don't actually know whether he was stabbed. But what we do know is that we don't have it in evidence, I don't think, but we do know, right? Yeah. Diamonds. That... Oh, wait. Here it is. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was found in the wound. Let's look at it. Name of deceased, Neil Marshall, 27 male. Date and time of death, February 19th, 7 to 7:30 p.m. Cause of death, single stab wound, piercing heart and lung. Assessment, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. Wait a minute. Hang on a second. The weapon, I thought the tip was found in the wound. Broken tip was found in the victim's body. Just the tip. Okay, so we know that a knife tip was found in the wound, but it says single stab wound. The tip broke off, leaving the tip of the knife in the body, right? And yet, her memory has a completely blunt edge to the knife. So the only reason she would see someone holding a rectangular blade was if someone was holding the switchblade knife that had already been stabbed into Neil Marshall's body and was poised to strike again. I don't know what that means, but it does contradict the fact that there was only one stab wound potentially. So let's try it.
Objection!
Your Honor, that statement contradicts... Are you fucking kidding me? Really? It does. I don't see anything contradictory. Huh? Really? Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Wright. I thought for like 10 fucking minutes! This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. tip was found in the body. So maybe we have to present the autopsy report? Stabbed in the back. Wait a minute! Hang on. Well, okay, he might have still been stabbed in the back. You can't really tell which side. No, you can't really tell which side the knife's about to go in if it's all a silhouette. But I think it might be the autopsy report. I do think it might be the autopsy report. Did she say the chest? This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that I must have fainted. This is the picture, shows exactly what I saw in that instant. There is no chest claim in the testimony. So this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I think it is the autopsy though. I'm gonna save just to be safe. I think it is the autopsy, but son of a bitch, hang on. I think it is the autopsy because it says, stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was found in the wound. Single stab wound, right? I think weapon, so died from loss of blood, weapon found in wound was missing tip. So we're seeing a weapon without a tip. We're also seeing an autopsy report that implies that the weapon did have a tip. And yet what she remembers was specifically a weapon with no tip. So I tried to present the knife using the power of logic and deduction. That didn't work. I think we actually need the autopsy report, which is kind of bullshit if you ask me, but we'll do it.
Objection!
Kind of bullshit if you ask me, but we'll go with it. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? It's this motherfucker right here.
Take that!
The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife that the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. What is the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Objection!
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does that mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is that the witness's memory is mistaken.
Objection!
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Objection!
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Order! 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 Are you saying that the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The hardest lines for me to say is the orders. I hate saying order. Order! Order! I feel like I'm squawking. Okay. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. Thank you, Astro. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there's a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. Huh. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? I can think of one. Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright? In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. There's a difference between the King of Prosecutors trophy that Edgeworth was awarded 2 days ago and the one that we see in the picture with Neil. And we found out that 2 years ago, shortly after that murder, for no reason seemingly whatsoever, Chief Gant retired the sword from the trophy and decided that the trophy should just be a shield from now on. And no one really knows why. That was the weirdest part of that story, was them being like, I don't know, 2 years ago, like, it's based on this really important, Chinese folktale. Like, the whole reason the trophy exists is because of this Chinese folktale. And both of these items are important to the Chinese folktale, because if you put the Chinese words, the characters for these two items together, it forms the word contradiction. So you need both of them. But 2 years ago, the chief was like, we don't need the sword anymore. Trust me. Wink. That's the only thing I got, and I think I'm right.
Take that!
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Can I just say, This is my favorite pose of Edgeworth's in the whole fucking series. This is my favorite pose that he does. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding? That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order! 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 Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. Actually, it is a halberd. That is a polearm. You're looking at the tip of a polearm, actually. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. Did they seriously design the award so you could unsheathe the knife from the award? What the fucking kung fu grip, pull my string to hear my catchphrase, samurai pizza cat shit is this? Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
Objection!
But that can't be. Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! The prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What is going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait! I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? What the hell voice was that? Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony? Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Ms. Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked. I rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual.
Objection!
Try impossible? The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further. Lana! What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime! Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. What the fuck just happened? We have never, ever, 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 seriously, ever, ever, ever seen Lana remotely demonstrate emotion. What the fuck was that? The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. When I saw that man raise his knife.
Hold it!
When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes. At least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then you... I panicked, and I rushed towards both of them.
Hold it!
Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Joe was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized,
Edgeworth, reading my mind apparently.
Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife.
Hold it!
What do you mean you think? It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Sky was almost killed before she was a witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl.
So then, what happened next? Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger.
Hold it!
Are you sure about this? Of course. See, I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of detective who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Brother, just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
Hold it!
Hey, internet guy. His shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face, with his winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
Objection!
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
Objection!
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really is.
What was it Emma Sky saw when she... What was it that Emma saw when the... Fucking hell. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? Welcome Raiders, welcome Colorfinger, how's it going? Welcome, 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 welcome. I am Mel, I am a professional voice actor and pre-debut VTuber, although you wouldn't know it. Considering how anime as fuck this amazing Friday stream is, we are going through Ace Attorney, the final case of, or the final day of Rise from the Ashes. Make yourselves at home. No spoilers, no backseating, but please enjoy. It has to be this, right? It has to be this, right? It has to be this, right? This is the only thing that has anything approaching horns. Right? There's nothing else. This is the end of the evidence. This is the only thing that remotely approaches having horns. Right? The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet, she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike.
Take that!
The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? Take a quick sip of water. I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them that the correct angle to look at this. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to show them the correct angle to look at this. We can do better. Can we rotate it this way? Or can we rotate it the other way? Okay, this is so hard to maneuver. All right. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Vague. I think we can do better. Ugh. Okay. Like this. Sorta? Right? That kind of works, right? Can I get it closer? Or am I just ruining, am I just wasting time now? This might be about as close as I can get it. Does that look close enough? You know what's interesting about this, Misfits? Look at the orientation. It's upside down. And she saw it in her drawing. In her drawing, if you rotate, we haven't seen it rotated yet. If you rotate it, it's above them. So she sees them struggling, and it's like up in the air as if it's suspended from the ceiling. So I think we're seeing it in flight. So we're probably seeing it moments before it shattered. Because remember, it was shattered when we found it and we had to put it back together. So I think we're seeing it moments before it hits the ground. Something caused it to take flight. And that's why it's in the air above them, upside down.
Take that!
This isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the badger.
Objection!
Allow me to remind the defense in case... Allow me to remind Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim. I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more? Or horizontally? Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. This is PC. I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this. I swear to God that was the right angle. I swear to God. All right, what angle do these point down? Like this, right? No, that's going the wrong way. Wait a minute. It's got to be on the other side, like this. That's the way the horns have to be. So I did it like this, right? I guess that's not enough. I guess it's not enough. What if it's rotated? Hold on. What if I rotate it towards me like this? Can it be point? This is the hardest fucking thing to maneuver. Jesus. What the fucking hell? I hate it. God damn it. Fuck you. Fuck you. No. All right, if it's pointing forward like that. No, that doesn't do it. I think I had it. I think I had it, but it just wasn't perfect, maybe? God, fuck you. Fuck. God damn it. All right. It's gotta be this, right? It's gotta be this. It's gotta be this, just maybe a slightly... You know what you need? I need to be able to use both sticks. Hey, remember when everyone's like, why don't you play Monster Hunter with a controller? Why don't you play Halo with a controller, right? Why don't you play with a controller? It's so much easier with a controller. Do you see how I am? Do you see how I am with thumbsticks? This is why I play on mouse and keyboard. Motherfuckers, this is why. All
All right. I think it has to be this, right? It has to be this. So maybe a little taller. Let's try it like this. I don't think I'm taking, I guess we'll see. I don't think I'm taking penalties for it.
Take that! Objection!
Yeah, I'm not taking penalties. I will save for posterity. Oh, nope, it won't let me. All right, let's just rotate it this way. It's literally just, you know what it is? I'm just so not adept with these. Even just trying to rotate horizontally, it gets to it immediately goes on an angle because I'm just so freaking bad with these. No, I'm not doing that. That is not what I'm doing. That's not what my thumb is doing. I swear to God. All right, straight horizontally. I wish I could twist. How do I do this with mouse and keyboard? HNBM. Maybe this will be easier. Can I do it like this? Slightly easier. I think it's that, actually. You know what? I think it's that. I think it's that. I think I wasn't going... Hold on. I think I wasn't going deep enough. I think it needs to be like... I think it needs to be like that.
Take that! Objection!
Straight. Just horizontally. Wait, with the keyboard. H. All right, just like this. And then just like this. Wait a minute. Hold on. Is it this? No, can't be. Did I look up the exact orientation last time? This is like the stupidest part of the case. Like this, right? It feels like it has to be like that. Lean it back more, like this. Let's try this.
Take that! Objection!
I think the blood shouldn't show. So would this be reversed? No. Try that? Okay. The top part is too big for that.
Take that! Objection!
I think it has to be in the back. I must just be so close. I must be close. Like, because if it's like this, right? If it's like this, the broken part's hidden, so you don't have to look at that. How many more tries before we Google it? Good question. Good question. I'm gonna squint and do this in soft focus. That looks like it to me. But the only weird part is that they're kind of hooking up instead of down, aren't they? That's the biggest problem. They're hooking down when they're like this, right? That looks the closest to me, though. Please work.
Take that! Objection!
All right, fuck it, I'm Googling it. It's gotta be that. It's gotta be that. Blue badger pot orientation. Fuck you, you piece of shit. You fucking scumbag. That is exactly what I did! That is exactly what I did! Okay. Got it. All right, so it's basically I'm giving the hat too much credit. Apparently I'm giving the hat too much credit. It says he's gay. And it needs to be way the fuck closer, like this. Apparently.
Take that!
Bullshit, 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 bullshit! Okay, game. You know what? Just for that, I'm gonna go hit the restroom. I'm running an ad. You all get to listen to this for 3 minutes. If you need to grab a snack, get comfy, take your meds, refill your water, take a quick break. We'll be back in a second. I need to go blow off steam. Ad is up in 40 seconds. Hey, hardcover, welcome, welcome. This is what, are we still in trial former? This is such a long trial. I told you this is gonna be a long stream. I told you to fucking buckle up. It's a long ass trial. I know. Because in the drawing, the hat part is so pointy. Like, it makes perfect sense that it would be rotated differently. This is, I mean, it's fine. It's fine. It's whatever. Welcome back. We fucking figured it out. Anyway, now on with the show. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. I'd also like to point out, as soon as that went into a silhouette, did you notice that they streamlined the top? Did you notice that it became less bulgy and they streamlined it into a point? They literally fixed the fucking silhouette, I swear to God. I'm either seeing things or they fixed the silhouette as it fades. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be. Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Objection!
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Very well, then please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? I just thought of something, and I think it answers what we're about to answer. I just thought of something. Hear me out. When we were investigating the office, Damon Gantz's office, didn't they say, hang on, let me put my thoughts together. Don't rush me. Didn't they say that they left Lana Skye's desk intact as a memorial to the crime and a reminder to the police force that they need to be diligent because an accident like that could happen? Meaning, didn't we learn that the murder took place on Lana's side of the room by Lana's window? And yet, the pot's over here by the armor that's by Damon's desk. Like I'm not crazy, right? Weren't we specifically told that the murder took place at Lana's desk and that's why Lana's desk is preserved there? Does anyone remember? I think so. So if the pot went flying, the pot is on Damon Gantz's side of the office, which means it changes everything because the murder's on the complete opposite side of the room. The murder weapon doesn't change necessarily. The murderer doesn't change necessarily. The location changes. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, Well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of this jar is shown in a picture taken the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
Objection!
But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Objection!
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office.
Objection!
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have had to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There's another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? Events took place as the defense theorized. Then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. You mean... Mr. Marshall died because of me? No. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life. And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances. Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. Look. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. We actually did. In the last case, Turnabout Goodbyes, not the SL9, the DS7, or whatever it was. They actually did get Edgeworth's father through a spirit medium to testify, but that's beside the matter. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has been all a wild goose chase from the beginning. DL6, thanks. Touché, Miss Skye. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Gotta think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Ms. Skye. What? Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. It's gotta be this. It has to be.
Take that!
This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he just going to speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, You can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some fragments is not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here drawn in the blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave a message behind. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points. Come on, Speed, give me a break. And the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. It has to be, right? It has to be, right? Yeah, it has to be. We can literally be winging this. I don't know what to do. I have to do it. But what is this? How does this help us? What does this do to help us? This doesn't help us. Oh, God damn it.
Take that!
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy, can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. He was convicted because of his final murder. I bet you were the prosecutor in the case. Sorry. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! 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 The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. I'm just gonna take a quick vote. Anyone in chat, I know you're there. I want to take a quick vote. Do we want to break? We have 45 minutes. We have time. Does enough people here want to break before I keep going, or should I jump right in? It's a long case. We got more shit to do. Break is good. Keep going. Jump right in. No. Go. Keep going. Go. Pull. Let's go. All right. Amelia, I'm sorry. We will take a break in about 45 to 50 minutes, though. Make an actual poll? You want me to take a minute on a poll? Okay, fine. Make an actual poll. I just see a bunch of goes, so I think we're just gonna go. I think we're just gonna go. I think we're just gonna go. It will accurately decide. Okay, fine. One minute, that's it. If you care about this, get in the poll. Even though we are giving up a minute right now just to do this poll, I feel the outcome is obvious. Why are we doing a poll then? What the fuck? Do a poll. It's the only way to be sure, even though I'm pretty sure it's fucking obvious. I just wanted to shave one precious minute off of that timer. Okay, I will drink. I'll drink. Just makes me want to pee even sooner. We got 2 more parts. So I hope you guys may put on some coffee. I hope you're in it for the long run. If you got to bed, if you got to go to bed, obviously go to bed. But you don't want to miss this. You don't want to miss this. At least catch the VOD later, but stick around. 14 votes for go. All right, let's go. February 25th, 12:06, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals! Guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe! What is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the first 2 rules. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You can at least study some evidence law, really.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
Message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped into pocket.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though.
What does it say anyway? Rules for submitting evidence. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay. So when we first encountered this, no spoilers in chat at all. When we first encountered this, it was when the chief brought the knife from the SL9 case because it was found in the muffler of Edgeworth's car. And he said,
It's really important evidence.
and just by him bringing it in, he said,
Yes, it's approved by the police department. You have to approve, the police department has to approve it. We've approved it, but I can't
tell you about it unless you can prove it's relevant. Right? So we had to prove it was relevant to him by presenting evidence. And that's how we were able to like pick apart his puzzle and then he would present the knife, right? Okay. So that was our last engagement with this. I guess we're gonna need it again. Hey, Weira, welcome.
Doesn't look that.
Holy shit, let me try one more time.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, detective.
Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat?
Despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth.
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do?
Your credibility has been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwittingly caused a man's death. And now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're gonna expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Here we go. February 25th, 12:52, District Court, Courtroom Number 9. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Ms. Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes. Well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
Struck a bargain? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking, and,
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
a solution.
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? There's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I have not struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over.
The defense calls. The time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Meekins! No.
I would like to say that I don't really appreciate the way this court has been treating me.
Take that!
Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy. Are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Okay. Sure?
You want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant. The court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor?
Oh, God, motherfucker's fucking savage. You have got to be kidding me. I need a drink after that. We gotta hear that one again.
Huh. Oh, You mean the time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh? Like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry! I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
This guy is terrifying. Am I wrong? This guy is terrifying. He smiles, and that's what makes him so terrifying. That he is not scared at all, ever. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. Hey, it placebo. You know what he is? You know what he is? He's like the anti-All Might. All Might was taught by his teacher, Nanashimura, that he should always put on a big smile to give people hope. To give hope to the hopeless and instill confidence in the weak. He's literally the anti-All Might. He's this big, buff bear of a guy who smiles all the time to inflict horrific fear in everybody around him. The SL9 incident. He also gives us little moments. We see his eyes plenty, but they give us a little hint of that anime trope of the guy that's always got his eyes closed, you know? Where, like, suddenly we'll see his eyes. Not all the time. Like, he plays with his hair and stuff, but, like, that smile, this smile in particular, is very tropey. Like, you can't quite see what's going on in that head of his if you can't get a window into his eyes, you know? So do we have to trick Gant into confessing? Somehow?
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
That's it? That is it? Is that when Mr. Dark was arrested?
Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has a right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day.
Hold it!
As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up, too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant, Lana Skye, also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either.
Hold it!
So the two of you ran immediately after him, right?
That's right. But Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when that knife went into his heart, though. Oh my god, I hate him. I hate him.
That's not funny.
When I went to my office, I found Lana there.
Hold it!
Did you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together.
Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor?
Yes! Apparently he hit his head. He hit his head and was knocked out. Yes! Apparently he hit his head and was knocked out.
Sorry.
Next to them were those two poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene.
Hold it!
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes?
Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Hold it!
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter the circumstances.
Is that how it really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you better start staring at the court record. Worthy. Always the smooth talker.
Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? It's gotta be the pot, right? Because he hid the pot in his safe. That's the only piece that works, right? Have a great night, Gray. Lana did admit to forging evidence. That can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. All right, let's save. It's gotta be the pot.
As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Objection!
Yes! You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that claim is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part fuck me. How do I fuck up the yell? Are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this?
Ah! Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me? Or do you mean
You? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
Objection!
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office. And their relationship to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together.
Evidence and forgery.
Let's see. What was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, well then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed, I believe I'll press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
All right, Haji. In return, though...
I know, the place, right? What are these guys, telepathic?
For all I know, you could have planted them in my office.
Hold it!
I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal.
I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy.
Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered.
What do you mean by that?
This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery...
I'm not through speaking yet, Raito. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, well, then they're worthless.
Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered until the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all I know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient?
Right? The chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
Tell me something I don't know.
Come now, Raito. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery.
How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember, who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye.
Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Really, Chief Gant. At the very least, there is one very large benefit you reaped from all this.
Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have. Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, that's a good one!
Huh?
Oh, do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without the case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation. For you to commit forgery.
I realize Edgeworth and Gant sound a little similar. I try to make Gant sound a little bigger. I don't know if I'm pulling it off. I hope I'm pulling it off.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Aji, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little?
By all means, please do.
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Anyone's accomplice if there's nothing in it for me. Be anyone's accomplice. I think there is something in it for him. I think there is something in it for him. You know what he's getting out of this? A puppet. Lana is like his servant. That's what he got out of this. He's the chief of police. He controls the prosecutor's office. What do you mean there's nothing in it for him? He's literally controlling both sides of the law. Nothing in it for you?
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl? Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime, and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? I think he's got an accomplice. But we are gonna run straight into an ad, and I wanna make sure that everyone, subbies and non-subbies alike, get to hear the whole story. So I'm gonna take a quick break, and we're gonna continue. I know, I'm sorry, but I will see you back here in 3 minutes, sharpish. So if you need to grab a snack, if you need to change your socks or go poop, do it now and be fast about it. I'll see you in a second. All right, BRB. I'm back. We've got 17 seconds on the ad. I will, we'll wait it out. All right, welcome back. Here we go. He said there's nothing he would do for anyone else. There's no reason he would help anyone else. And Phoenix says, given his selfishness, who would he have helped? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Let me just quickly respond to a message, I'm sorry. Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Yeah. Yes. Because he controls Lana. He owns her life. She literally serves him now and does whatever he wants. So the reason he would help her is because now he owns her and he owns the prosecutor's office. True. You might not help out anyone. True. You might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? I mean, obviously, right?
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. He's not saying a damn thing. He's not said anything for like 4 cuts now. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that, despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh! Wait! You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying I've done as... Fuck me. Is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident, which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy. You'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Welcome, Raiders. Make yourselves at home. We're doing a bit of a light performance stream. I really appreciate you sharing your community with me. If you end up going to bed, have a wonderful night. But if you are interested in sticking around, I hope you have fun. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? What? Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That's it. It's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It's like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right, then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. He had him bring the body. Gant had Edgeworth drive the body. That's why he gave him a fucking screwdriver to bring back to his office after he was done for the day and not going there. Because the body was in his trunk and he sent the body to the prosecutor's office.
Take that!
Well, Chief.
So long as Righto here is tossing out things regardless of their relevance. Mind if I toss something too, Udgy? This shoe should do nicely. I'll chuck it right at you! You always were quite the joker, weren't you?
Looks like I got it wrong. I did not get it wrong, you piece of shit. No, that's... Well, okay, fine. Fucking... No, but that makes sense. Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Don't oops me. Maybe this boot to the head will knock some sense into you. I know it's hard with all that I know it's hard with all that's gone on during this trial. But try to think back to what happened in the evidence room 4 days ago.
Now that he mentions it, we did find something during yesterday's investigation. Something that proves Gant entered the room. Ah! It's gotta be the chart, right? It has to be the chart with the codes. We have his number entering the room. God, I feel like I'm like 10 steps ahead. I just made the ultimate case, and I bet we're gonna prove it like 10 minutes from now. Mark my words, set your fucking clocks. We're gonna prove this in like 10 minutes. And the case I just made for the screwdriver is gonna come back. The moment we clear this hurdle, we get to the screwdriver, and I was just ahead by like 1 step. Something that proves Gant entered the room.
Looks like he wants another one of your boots, Udgy.
I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Okay. It's gotta be it's one of two things. It's one of two things. It's either the fact that he entered the room, or it's the lost item report. It's gotta be that he entered the room. Please.
Take that!
This is the ID card list. Jiraiya Kane, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Yes, it's the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777.
Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that that's my card number.
It's yours now. It's your number. It's your number. That is the first time we've thrown him. This is the first time in the whole case that we've thrown him. Let me repeat that real quick.
Sorry, Righto. There's no way you can prove that that's my number.
It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777-7777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Look at him! Ah! Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law.
And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum... Fucking English. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
I'm gonna call Lurk here.
Thank you so much, Wendigo. Thank you for the 5 months. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You entered the evidence room? On the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room.
Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to have been with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days? Oh, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met with the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Let's take a quick sip of water. It's gotta be this. It's gotta be this. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police.
Yet you are in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure he filed it.
He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to. Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him?
There's no other way the murderer and There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman.
Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, according to the record, your card was used only once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No!
I'm sorry. Is Gant fucking Odin? What the fuck was that shit? Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant. You left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, there it is. Count it, was it 10 minutes? And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue, just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this.
Take that!
This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What is that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here?
It's here because...
Oh!
I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Ms. Lana Skye. Order! 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 What is going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Ms. Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It was a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe... your time is up.
My time is up.
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special.
Objection!
But the cross-examination isn't finished yet.
Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? But that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Objection!
So you're going to run away after all of this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now.
Well,
You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Ms. Skye dispose of his body. Do I have any concrete proof? No. I like that it says not yet. That kind of feels like a hint, doesn't it? I kind of hate the game for giving you this hint, but by the way, Rin, also my favorite case of all time. I've been gushing the past 3 weeks. No, we've got nothing though. We have nothing yet. But I don't think we have anything right now. Oh, Bloodhound, be careful. If you're just tuning in now and you've liked the past 2 weeks, be careful. Be careful. Hey, honey. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence.
See ya, G.
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What?
Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Hutchie. I'll leave the rest to you.
Hiya. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Wait!
Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth? What do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method
In the absence of conclusive evidence,
the only other method of proof is testimony.
but Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? Hey, Flame. Hey, Main Penguin. And also, hey, anyone else that joined in the meantime. Welcome. She may not be willing to tell the truth. But we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth.
Take that!
The defendant? Ms. Lana Skye? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task, to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on!
Huh?
Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course. You'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. February 25th, 2:04 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry. I already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair that he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite is also true. The opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Oh, it's her. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Emma. Oh, wait, no, sorry. It's Phoenix. Fuck, I'm getting my characters mixed up. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see.
Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait? No. I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, right? It's time to end this.
This is it. The final act. Hey, Misfits. You can hear my voice is getting a little scratchy, right? Thank God we only have one act left, but hey, Misfits. Have you been having fun? Do you like this case? Do you realize why this is my face? Do you understand why I love this case so much? I hope you're enjoying yourself. All right. I am going to rest my voice for like 3 minutes. I'm going to hit the add button. I will see you back here in 3 minutes sharp. I'm gonna, let me take like 4.5 minutes. I'm gonna quickly refill my water, heat up a little bit more hot water, and I will be back here for the final bit. All right? I'll see you in just a few. All right. Everyone ready? Here we go. Welcome back, everybody. I've got a whole new thing of hot water. I'm very excited. Oh, man. Misfits. Hold on to your fucking butt cheeks. Would you believe me if I told you there are still things you don't know? There are still... Let that sink in. There are still things you don't know. Fucking buckle up. Let's do this. Oh, stop it. February 25th, 2:21 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 9. Now then, will the defendant, Ms. Lana Skye, please take the stand? Ms. Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Ms. Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Here we go. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana... If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright. You've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. In another case of mind reading, she's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Deep down, whenever she speaks stiffly like that, it means she's hiding something. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. I worked alongside Gant for years. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Ms. Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. Hey, Ben. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the crime scene. The broken Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change that statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh. That was lying on the floor a distance away. That was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me, she said, reading my mind again. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife and planted it inside the wound, then moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife? And then you moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. That isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. How did you plant the knife? Why did you move the body?
Honestly, they're kind of both relevant. Because if the... I think you're right, that I think it's why would she move the body, right? If none of them are guilty, why would you move the body? But if Neil was dead... Okay, no, let me back up. Okay, so her theory is that Neil was found dead on the ground with the knife from the prosecutor's award inside him. So it stands to reason that the reason that she would place the tip of Joe Dark's knife into Neil Marshall's body is because it just makes it even more incriminating that Joe Dark was the one that killed him, right? There would be room for doubt if it was the sword from the medal or from the trophy. It makes sense that that by planting the tip of Joe Dark's knife, she's incriminating Joe Dark even more. The real question is, if she didn't kill him, and if Emma didn't kill him, if the serial killer killed Neil Marshall, why does it matter if the body was found in Gant's side of the room or on Lana's side of the room? Why would you feel the need to move it? That, I think you're exactly right. That is exactly the question. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is pretty simple. The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Ms. Skye moved the body. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Because the jar had Emma's name written on it, right? So, I'm putting it together. So, she... Okay, and I'm also going to point out a contradiction. So she found the jar that had Emma's name on it, right? That's why she moved the jar. She moved the body to get it away from that pot. That's also why the center of the broken part, the most readable part that would say Emma, was hidden. But she just said that she moved the crime scene all by herself. And if she did that, why would that shard be found in Damon Gant's safe? Like, Damon Gant necessarily was involved in this. I think that's what it is. Is the jar shattered? Hold it! Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would have been clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. Huh. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling that there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Hold it!
So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister is lying.
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself.
There's no way she could have done it alone.
I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Make a contradiction?
So it's gonna be one of these last two. Careful with the guesses in chat. If you think you're close, better to keep it to yourself than to share it in chat. You may or may not be, but it's better to be safe than sorry. All right. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma or the pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. I'm gonna save real quick. So, I think we're either presenting the pot itself, because it says Emma on it, either here or here. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Let's try presenting the pot here and see what happens. We have a couple of failures.
Objection!
Nice. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony.
A contradiction? In my testimony?
You testified, and I quote, the pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan.
That's right. Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died.
Oh.
He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar.
Order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're in the dark as much as we are about the truth towards which we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case, but not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You're an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all of the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you'd do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. How could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene. Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I've finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Let me grab something real quick. Sorry, 1 second. It's just a little Advil. Don't mind me. Okay. Wow. I immediately took Advil and then immediately gagged on it. I hope that sounded so sexy. All right. So, I think it's this one. I think it's this one. I think it's this one. Because there's a giant splotch in the middle. And that's gonna bring us to a major contradiction. Which is, how could she have possibly missed that one? Like, if she thoroughly went across every piece How did she manage to miss all the blood on a single piece? Right? So hot. I think it's this again.
Objection!
Again. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
Objection!
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. I mean, even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he were there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No! Wait! I'm not the one on trial here! Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Ms. Skye became the Chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem like the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if... What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all.
What do you mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time. But I have to pee so bad, I'm not going to hit the break button. I'm going to come right back, so don't go anywhere. Just give me like a second. I've been drinking too much water, thanks to you, Misfits. All right. I did wash my hands, you freaking dork. Actual crime scene. You guys having fun yet? I love this case so much. I washed it in between my fingers and your fingers. I don't really understand how people wash under their fingernails unless they use a brush. I keep my fingernails clean, but how the fuck do you actually wash under the fingernails? Use a brush, thank you. Okay, cool. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Hmm. 'Actually, I do have proof. 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 'Actually
I gave it to Mr. Wright this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought I might be needed.
I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
The only thing I got was this. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Hey, there's a picture here.
Oh. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene.
No other detective saw the crime like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. This picture inserted into court record.
Mr. Wright? That piece cut out from the vest. Could that be...
The cloth that was found inside of Chief Gant's safe. What is this?
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the murderer. Must be the real murderer.
What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Here we go. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body and
Blah, 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 blah. What? That was the interactable. That was the green one. That's the one I'm supposed to be able to interact with.
Come now, Udgy. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant.
What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
Objection!
I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be the risk that we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make many statements. I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that is true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't. But someone does.
Someone.
So, what's your excuse, Raito? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt?
Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have more evidence, present it now. If you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. Can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. Not a damn word if you know this case. Okay. He just said, in the world of hints to the player, he just said, if I show this evidence, Emma will be made out to be the murderer. I can't show this evidence. So as far as I'm concerned, there is no choice here, right? We can't yet, right? We can't, because if we do, the case is over. And he hasn't admitted shit yet. So what do we gain by producing a piece of evidence that incriminates Emma? We can't. I have to save, but we can't. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
What? You lie!
Chief Gant?
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence!
I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
It looks like part of it has been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? Well, that means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? But you mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her?
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that, when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off the other pieces.
Objection!
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too? Oh, some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, righto! Cough it up already! I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant. That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any piece you could present.
Foolish move, righto. You should have shown it before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. The moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess this up here, victory is mine.
Oh, God damn it. Ah!
Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. All right then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Pray for me, misfits. Pray for me, misfits. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes! Yes, at last you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on that piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to have been left so clearly.
You mean?
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Oh, you're as slow on the uptick as ever, Worthy.
What? Think about it. Raito had all this time to present the evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Now, why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that. Mr. Wright? Do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong is... Emma Skye. What? They're mine. I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, you're really something, Raito. You knew this girl did it all along. And you still tried to pin the murder on me!
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Skye, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, and then yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Skye, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet.
Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposefully concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy! What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I can't save. I think it's the picture. I think. My attorney's badge! Okay, hold on. Let's think this through. Logically. The piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. He was stabbed in the back. He's still stabbed in the back. It was cut out. Wait a minute. There's blood all over him. He's bleeding from his mouth all over his vest and all over his shirt. There's not blood on the cloth, is it? Is there? The cloth has no blood whatsoever, but there's blood everywhere else all over the front of his body. Which would mean the cloth had to have been cut before he was impaled. Which means it's not out of the realm of possibility that Emma pushed him. But it does mean that if she pushed him, and that cloth was then cut from his vest before he was impaled on the armor. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
Take that!
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
This is the picture Ms. Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth, Wait. There's no blood on it. Since Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No! But this is nonsense!
Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Ms. Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's
Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar in the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut this bloodless piece out of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through that very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. It's finally over.
Hiya, so
Well, look at you. You suck.
stupid.
Ah! Oh, that was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see? That piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order, order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Aji. Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair! Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son! I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of evidence, this piece of cloth? Oh God, let me make sure I don't reverse answer. Do you admit that you purposefully concealed it? I did not. I admit that I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal! No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Haji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
gotta be the book, right?
Take that!
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. And can we just appreciate that it's like a tiny little duckling sitting in a chair? This is literally legal, like, evidence law for dummies. Evidence law.
What is this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth. Nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Objection!
I'm sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago.
No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes! No!
It was at that moment that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. Pray for me, Zuffins. And Rose and Rail.
I knew. I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day. Yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right. The evidence is transferred. I'll lose my only chance to find the truth. Please, you gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then, all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker. And as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm going to hand all of this over to Marshall.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me.
But I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. Cursed knife.
I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible for you to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be well known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk. But what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Ms. Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So you left the jar fragments and the glove.
Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well. Much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close inspection. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try and go it alone. Well, it looks like it's time to say goodbyes. Oh, Aji.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator, and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry. You'll be fine. Now you have Raito here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning.
Why does it feel like even when he loses, he wins? There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell you everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have. For a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top. Oh, it was worth it for that! Oh my God, it's worth it to see her smile. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing. Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it! I only did my job. Sundari Edgeworth is real. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Ms. Sky. Yes, Your Honor. You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as an accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for those crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I've felt free of these heavy chains. Well, this trial has gone on for far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder. I'll get to that in a sec. Regarding the charge of murder. This court finds the defendant is Lana Sky. We did it! Let's fucking go! That is all. This court is adjourned. Oh, and I declare that Chief Gant, my beautiful, sexy, muscular, gay lover, is guilty of the crimes presented, even misguiding my heart. Damn it, unknown. That is all. Court is adjourned. And I am going to take my last break of the night. Hang tight. Stretch your legs if you need to. We're about to hit an ad anyway. I will see you in 3 minutes, all right, Misfits? But just take a second. We fucking did it. We fucking got there. We finally, after 3 weeks, a 7.5-hour stream. 7.5 hours of me voice acting my fucking throat dead. We fucking did it. Just like, let that sink in for a second. I'll see you in a few minutes.
All right. We have 17.
Well, look
seconds.
at you. You suck.
Well, look at you. You suck. You poor piece of shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Welcome back, everybody. We fucking did it. I'm so tired. I'm exhausted. Let's finish this thing. February 25th, 5:03 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe! What is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I seen happier places at funeral. I seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you don't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis. I asked Grant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. Such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I am so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Oh. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find a way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt, watching those two sisters make up. Mr. Wright? Mr. Gumshoe?
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right? Edgeworth. Edgeworth? Stop hiding over there and come here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary. But I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth... Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth. Don't you understand? Damon Gant, and your mentor, Manfred von Karma. We're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true. But think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? Yeah. This is a pop quiz. Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own.
Take that!
That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth. If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth! What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you. Or you can let it help you grow. I'm gonna try that again. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you. Or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth? I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I'd better be going too. Okay. But I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn. And catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. So another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, whew, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Look at all of them. A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Right here is the one who'll be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
What, do you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding, pal.
Huh? Huh? Uh-huh. Thank you, Mr. Right. You're the best. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on. Let's go. Let me try that again. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection!
Ah! Oh, my God. I love that I fudged the last fucking line. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days as the prosecutor's office. Ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. I forgot, we get another gauntlet. We get a gauntlet! This is the end of the first Ace Attorney title. Why am I voice acting them? Wait, why wouldn't I? I'm a voice actor.
Yikes. I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yeah, that's what they said. It just goes to show you can't shake me off that easily.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like Dick Gumshoe. Internet guy, that's kind of a dick thing to say to me. I hope you realize that. What is happening? Oh no. Oh, there it goes. I do, in fact. I do voice both male and female characters. It's weird. Well, it fucking pays my rent, so, you know.
What is it? Can't you see I'm having me having me a showdown with something? Ms. Star managed to sneak me in on this. She's seeing a
Fucking hell!
Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her fucking shit. And you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
What the fuck was that? That was so fast. God damn it. Someone wanted Marshall too, and it went so fast I couldn't fucking follow it. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better go. Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. It's our girl. I wasn't sure we'd get her. That's a real nice thing. We love Maya. Emma was wonderful, though. Can we agree that lacking Maya, Emma was wonderful?
Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What is going on?
I knew it was gonna be him. You notice I started before I could see him? I knew it was gonna be him. I somehow just fucking knew it was gonna be him. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh, are we doing it? Is it like this? It's like this. All right, wait a minute. I'm gonna do all of you a favor. I'm doing all of you a favor right now. Before we open this. Wait, what happened? Wait, oh no! Did it open on its own? What do you mean took too long? That shouldn't be a thing! Oh, for fuck's sake. Hold on, I'm gonna go find it. That should not be a thing. That's such bullshit. Why would that not be a thing? Like, God damn it. Hang on, we're gonna look it up. We'll find it, don't worry. That was horse shit. The only way to do it is to start over? God, rip my voice. Don't worry, I got it. 1 second, I'll get it, I'll bring it up. Let's see. not the bad ending. Five, rise from the ashes. All right, here we go. Ready? We're gonna do two things. We're gonna do two things real quick. I'm gonna do the other guy as well. All right. Spare patience. Boom. All right, here we go. Just found a random playthrough of it.
What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
Okay. That was Marshall. Can't believe they fucking timed it out. Here we go. It's a letter with... Oh my God! Look at them! Oh my God, look at them! Oh, they're so fucking adorable. Wow. That is the cutest fucking thing. That's her probably like either just joined the force. Like just joined the force. And that's her little sister wearing her hat. That's so fucking adorable. What a beautiful way to end. And what a cruel thing to do for the game to deprive you of that if you sit there waiting for too long. What the fuck? Unbelievable. That's fucking adorable. That is so fucking cute. Well, I'm glad we went back and watched that. Well, all right, Misfits. That was the end of the first game. Now remember, this is an HD trilogy, so that was the end of the first title. It was, what was that, a total of 5 cases, maybe 6? So starting next week, have a good night, Molten Brown. Starting next week, oh, and Molten Brown, someone asked, am I gonna do the Edgeworth series? I'm not sure I'm gonna do the Edgeworth ones because they're only on DS, I think, and iPhone, and I don't have a way to cast that. So unless they come out on Steam, I'm not sure I can do them. We have a lot of cases to go still. So starting next week, we are gonna start the second title, which I'm really excited to share with you because we get Maya back for one. We meet a brand new teammate. We have a brand new member on the team, and there's a brand new prosecutor. I don't want to spoil too much, but there's gonna be another prosecutor. Not that we're not gonna see Edgeworth again, but he meant it when he said he had to go away and do some soul searching. He's gone away to do some soul searching, and so for a little bit, we have a little bit of a replacement. So. Anyway, all that to be said, all that being said, thank you so much for watching this with me, for being here with me and being a part of this stream. this is my... I've played all 3. Yeah. A lot of the time it's rediscovery for me, so I kind of know the gist of the case, but I don't remember some of the specifics. This is so much work for me. It's extremely exhausting, but this is also one of my absolute favorite things I've done on this stream. I look forward to Friday every single week. I like dread how I'm gonna feel at the end of it, but honestly, honestly, my range is still there. Like, I think I'm still doing a decent job of protecting my voice. So, like I said, whoops, as she says as she knocks something over on her desk. Didn't spill, we're fine. Like I said, it means so much to me that you tune in and that you spend this time with me and that you like humor me while I just be like a silly fucking anime character for 8 hours apparently. You know, it's not as interactive, I realize. I know I can't talk to you as often as I do on other nights. But you know, it's kind of a show. I kind of treat it a little bit like a performance. And so, you know, thanks for coming to the performance. I was absolutely right. This case was super exciting. Again, I know I've said it a million times. Do you see now why this is my favorite case ever? Don't get me wrong though. There are some incredible cases coming. This one's always just been the standout for me. There are some really good cases coming in the following weeks. So we've got a lot to look forward to. Right? It's not gonna go downhill from here. There's some awesome fucking stuff to come. My brain's kind of shutting down though, honestly. Oh, thank you, Mitchell. Thank you. I always worry a little bit that because, as we saw with one person, I always worry a little bit that because I'm voicing every character, that like if new people come in or if I get a raid or something, because I'm doing like masculine and feminine voices, that's gonna be like really weird and freaky to people. So, you know, I hope that if you're here for the first time and you showed up for this, like, you know, this is what I do. I voice male characters, I voice female characters. It's my career. It's what I do for a living, and it's fun to do it here. So, you know, I am a little self-conscious sometimes that new people will show up and like kind of not get it because like they haven't been around long enough to like know me. But I think it's worth the risk. I like to think what we're doing here is kind of fun. So, I am not gonna keep this going though. I'm not gonna belabor the ending. I'm kind of exhausted as all hell. So I hope you don't mind if I kind of just like cut and run there. We'll figure out who we're rating, and I am going to make a little bite to eat, because I'm kind of a little peckish and I want a snack, and shut the fuck up for like the next, 12 hours bare minimum. So thank you so much for coming to my stream. Again, thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you for supporting the channel. If you do, if you're the kind of person to really, what am I trying to say? If you're here for the first time and you had fun, I would love to have you back. Throw me a follow if you haven't already. Feel free to follow me on Twitter. Feel free to join the Discord. If you really like what I'm doing, consider supporting me with a sub. You get a free one with Amazon Prime, and if you throw that one at me, it doesn't cost you anything. Otherwise, let's go say hi to Mato, who is playing Apex Legends. And if you don't mind when you get there, drop some emotes in the chat, make her feel good about herself. That's it. I'm cutting the spiel. I gotta go. That's it. The end. I love you all. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your night. I will see you, depending on how I feel, either tomorrow night or Monday. Stay tuned. I'll let you know in the Discord. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night. I'll see you soon.